dead than alive. We reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No, why would you think that? We're taking a break with Dwayne Mustache. Now my phone is going off. If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like, you know, notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter whatever. Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jack. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? What's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything. When all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No, why would you think that? We're taking a break with Dwayne Mustache. Now my phone is going off. If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like, you know, notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter whatever. Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jack. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, um, what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything. When all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No, why would you think that? We're taking a break with Dwayne Mustache. Now my phone is going off. If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter what? Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Bad Jack. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the truth. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, you know, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? What's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything. When all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No, why would you think that? We're taking a break between Mustache. Now my phone is going off. And if you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter what? Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the chill. Right. Okay. Welcome, everyone. Cutie Buns. Hi. Vector. Hi, how are you? Dig. Hi. Welcome. I decided to give some ramen while I was in the kitchen, so yeah. No, I'm gonna let it steam a little more. Maybe another minute or two. Yeah, I figured I'd grab some ramen while I'm writing. So technically, last week chapter 2 was done, but then I decided to add some stuff, so now chapter 2 is not done. Yeah. So the goal is to get chapter 2 done today. Unless I add more, and then I end up making chapter 2 more longer than it needs to be. So yeah. Anyway, so today we are playing Lofi Geek. So I do have a bunch of songs in the playlist. Oh, wildfires? Oh no. Oh yeah, totally. It's also for people who are lazy, like me. Say like, why make food when I could just have ramen? Then I can make food later. Like my pastinas. I could totally make that later. Because it does take about, I want to say about 15 minutes just to make it. give or take. Okay, so let me see here. Okay, yeah. So 7,253 is the current word count for this story. Oh, not good. I'm good. I was lurking other people's streams, fun stuff. I was browsing through YouTube, fun stuff. I was looking at this overlay pack too. Because I'm thinking changing up to please wait again. But this one I kind of wanted to add my 3D model, you know, with the different animations that they have in Vroid. But I can't seem to figure out how to get rid of the green screen in the back without making it look like oof. Yeah. Okay, so before we start, how's the music? Can you still hear the fire and thunder in the background? Okay, good, good. Because like on my end, I don't hear it. I only hear the music. Ramen needs a little more time. The noodles, yeah, they need more time. So we're gonna put that aside for now. Okay. Okay, I think we're gonna start with a 15-minute word sprint. Just so, because I do want to eat my ramen, so I'm gonna give it about a little time to cook a little more. So, at this current moment, we are now at... Here's my stream progress. $7,329. 320. No, not 329. So that just added. You mean lots of numbers? It's progress. That's what this is. Okay, ramen is good now. Well, Blanket, if you actually cut up the numbers, it technically is in hundreds. If you take away the 7, it's 329. And if you actually think of it in 100 terms, essentially it's from 1 to 100. So instead of the 1, you have a 3, and then you have 29. Oh! Alright. Hopefully you have bread this time. Unless your mom is making something. Ah, so you might not have food then? Hopefully your mom made something before she left. Oh, so he's not home either yet? Well, pea butter is healthy. But then again, that's more like a snack, isn't it? Until like they come home with food, right? Um, this one is chicken, I think. Yeah, it's chicken. Okay. Let me just throw this out real quick so it doesn't get in my way. Just give me like 2 seconds. Okay, so this time we're gonna do 20 minutes. And then like maybe like each sprint I might up it a little bit. No, I'm curious. I don't remember the command. No. No. It's not that either. Hmm. Is it not fully active? I would have swore I activated it. Oh, I have to put points. Okay. Nice. Let's put 4,000 points that you guys do. Captain. Have fun. wait, what? A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. The poisonous frog sends half the crew to Davy Jones' locker. The rest escape with a handful of plunder and a tale of plenty. Oh, correct, Vector. You got the full 1,000. That was a cute one. I'm not gonna lie, I like that one. Let's see here. So we also have Gamble minigame, the 8-ball. There's a slot minigame. And there's a duel. Ah, so here's the commands for top. Oh, well, you know. I'm pretty sure like half of these are bots, but like Rose is here. I totally spelled that wrong. Am I only allowed to do this once? Huh, I guess I am. Or do I have a cooldown on this? No, Seth. We don't know. We don't understand. These games make my head hurt. Why is nothing working? Oh, am I spelling it wrong? 8 ball. I am totally not spelling this right. I'm totally doing it like a stupid question. Ah! Got it. Since I wasn't really paying attention, I'm starting it over.
Hi, how are you? Writing's doing good.
Oof.
Oh, is that different from the other car you were testing? Ah, I see. Oof. Double oof. I should make that a command. Oh, that'd be good. I finished an email today. We were at 7,000. Uh, 7,320 something. 25, I think. Sorry, 2,000, yeah. 7,225. Went up, I think, by 100 and something. Kitana, hi hi. so with that 20 minutes, we are now at 4:06. Okay, yeah, so that's how I want to end that sentence. Now, before we start the next sprint, we are going to do that command. Oh, did I go too far? No, we're going to put up Nightbot. Nightbot. Open. Please. Now, we're going to command, we're going to custom, we're going to create. Exclamation point, oof. Oof. What emoji should I put? What's a good Twitch emoji? That, of course, isn't my own. Okay, so we have 3 options. We have this one, and that one. So, here are the 3 options. Any particular ones? Hey, we type in Oof. I love that. Lowercase. Yes. Now, if we do exclamation point oof, this should work. Yes. I'm utilizing 2 bots. Haha. Okay, back to writing. Okay, so I think would have jumped up to 30. So we did 15, we did 20, now we're gonna do 30. Oh, we love you. Thank you so much for the biddy. Thank you, thank you. How are you today? I'm doing well as well. Ah, thank you. Oopsie. Put it right there. Let's just lock that so I don't do that again. I did. See, my friend Cutie Buns, he keeps calling me cute. So, this is my retaliation. I put every word that he calls me. into the command as an alias. So it's triggered by words. So I added a bunch of trigger words to it. So instead of just saying Q, it also attached to other words too. Oh? Why? Did you give up on it? Yeah, so technically the command is exclamation point uno. Because we're using the uno reverse card. But because of blanket, I added alternate words to trigger the same command. Oh no. Bad lesbian romance. Oof. Yes, they cannot avoid it forever. Oh. Oof. See, all the city load commands I can put on this thing. I know, right? I figured I might utilize both of them. Oh yeah, most definitely. Oh, did it? Ah, good. I was about to glare at Streamlabs. Next thing I know, as soon as I see the comment, I said like, wait, what? And then I look, it's saying 0. I said, no! Silva, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the kingdom. Does that mean you're gonna get ready for bed? Or is something happening? gonna start writing a couple weeks ago. start. Hi, Copper. Oh, that's okay. I started doing novel writing. So now we're at 506. Well, I'd say that's pretty good progress. Okay, so before we continue the next sprint, I'm gonna take a short break. So, BRB. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, um, what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything. When all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break with Dwayne Mustache. Now my phone is going off. If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter what? Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe. Jake. Wait, you're watching me on your fucking stream?
I'm just here to see you kick ass and not die. Oh, that's the wrong thing to say to him. What's with that face? It's the chill. Right. Oh, she hurt his feelings. Speaking of relationship, what did you do to Pico a few weeks ago? Oh, him. Well, the Shadow Realm from Yu-Gi-Oh! Yes, Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? What's happening?
Oh, I don't like that noise.
Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right? At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything. When all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours, more dead than alive, we reached the point of junction.
Would this be a streamception?
No. Why would you think that? We're taking a break between Mustache. Now my phone is going off. If you are comfortable creating titles for your stories, you could just go ahead and name them. That's what I do sometimes for some of my stories. I actually have like an outline with different titles that I actually want that for that particular chapter and stuff, with like notes and stuff. And then if I ever feel the story's going in different directions, I would probably just end up changing the title. But like, if you just want to put like chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter what? Should I tell him the joke's on him? Should I? Should I tell him?
Maybe.
Okay. So let me go back and reset the timer. Okay, so now we're gonna do a 45-minute one. Did it? Aww. Oh no, I see myself. Okay, stream should be coming up again. Yeah, the oof. Hello, Rose. How are you? Oh? Is your studying going okay? Yeah, that's true. Oof. Oh no, I hear ya. It's a little discouraging. I'm doing well, Rose. Well, that doesn't sound too pleasant, Emperor. I know, I'm just saying. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Oh, so I can't go more than 1,000. Interesting. So, have fun. You get free points.
this should be good for the chapter. So the total chapter for this is 552 words. So our total word count as of right now okay, and that's our total word count, 7,612. Ow. Leaning on the chair. Bad idea. Okay, so I think this is a good place to stop the writing for now. I think we're gonna switch over to some reading. Oh, rip. Okay, so we're going to switch over to the reading room. Okay, so let me just open up the document I have. See here. Story time. Terminal. Now, if the document actually open, now I might have to find a different one. Is there something wrong with the website? Is that why it's not loading? I'm good, Rose. The website's not pulling up, so I'm looking for a different one that we could read. Okay, so we want Sherlock Holmes. Sign of 4, because that's the one we're currently reading. Okay, so let me exit at this. I think I found one. Yeah, so I think the previous website we used is actually down right now. I know I was able to get into it the other day, but it's not opening as of right now, which is really weird. I'm even trying to get on my phone and it's not popping up. Okay, here we go. Okay,
Okay, so I'm gonna paste this into our Discord, just so I have a reference of it. The sign of floor, Sherlock Holmes, PDF. Okay, there we go. See, the sign of the four, chapter 1, the signs of deduction. Okay. So now, I have to crop this now. Let's see, is it all in the box? It is. Nice, nice. Okay. Okay. So today we're going to be reading Sherlock Holmes, The Sign of Four. We are going to be getting with chapter 1. And if you're in the Discord, I did provide a link in the Storytime channel. If not, here's a link for if you'd like to follow along. Alright. Chapter 1. Oh, hold on. See, it's story time. We don't need music. We need comfy fireplace and rain music for this. Yes, yes, yes. Welcome back, Blanket. What did you get to eat? Oh, nice. Okay, so we are going to be reading chapter 1 of The Sign of Four. The Sign of the Four. It is a Sherlock Holmes story. And this is by... Let me scroll up. Arthur Conan Doyle. Chapter 1. The Science of Deduction. Sherlock Holmes took his bottle from the corner of the mantelpiece and his hypodermic syringe from its neat morocco case. With his long, white, nervous fingers, he adjusted the delicate needle and rolled back his left shirt cuff. For some little time, his eyes rested thoughtfully upon the sinewy forearm and wrist, all dotted and scarred with innumerable puncture marks. Finally, he thrust the sharp point home, pressed down the tiny piston, and sank back into the velvet-lined armchair with a long sigh of satisfaction.
3 times a day for many months, I had witnessed this performance, but custom had not reconciled my mind to it. On the contrary, from day to day, I had become more irritable at the sight, and my conscience swelled nightly within me at the thought that I had lacked the courage to protest. Again and again, I had registered a vow that I should deliver my soul upon the subject. But there was that in the cool, nonchalant air of my companion, which made him the last man with whom one would care to take anything approaching to a liberty. His great powers, his mastery manner, and the experience which I had had of his many extraordinary qualities all made me diffident and backward in crossing him. Yet, upon that afternoon, rather it was the bainu which I had taken with my lunch, or the additional exasperation produced by the extreme deliberation of his manner, I suddenly felt that I could hold out no longer. "Which is it today?" I asked. "Morphine or cocaine?" He raised his eyes languidly from the old black letter volume which he had opened. "It is cocaine," he said. "A 7% solution. Would you care to try it?" "No, indeed," I answered briskly. "My constitution has not got over the Afghanistan campaign yet. I cannot afford to throw any extra strain upon it." He smiled at my vehemence. "Perhaps you are right, Watson," he said. "I suppose that its influence is physically a bad one. I find it, however, so transcendently stimulating and clarifying to the mind that its secondary action is a matter of small moment." "But consider," I said earnestly, "count the cost. Your brain may, as you say, be roused and excited, but it is pathological, morbid process which involves increased tissue change and may at last leave a permanent weakness. You know, too, what a black reaction comes upon you. Surely the game is hardly worth the candle. Why should you, for a mere passing pleasure, risk the loss of those great powers with which you have been endowed? Remember that I speak not only as one comrade to another, but as a medical man to one for whose constitution he is to some extent answerable." He did not seem offended. On the contrary, he put his fingertips together and leaned his elbows on the arms of his chair like one who had a relish for conversation. "My mind," he said, "rebels at stagnation. Give me problems, give me work. Give me the most abstruse cryptogram or the most intricate analysis, and I am in my own proper atmosphere. I can dispense then with artificial stimulants, but I ever the dull routine of existence. I crave for mental exaltation. That is why I have chosen my own particular profession, or rather created it. For I am the only one in the world, the only unofficial detective," I said, raising my eyebrows. "The only unofficial consulting detective," he answered. "I am the last and highest
Court of Appeal in Detection, when Gregson or Lestrade or Arthur Lee Jones are out of their depths, which, by the way, is their normal state. A matter is laid before me. I examine the data as an expert and pronounce a specialist opinion. I claim no credit in such cases. My name figures in no newspaper. The work itself, the pleasure of finding a field for my particular powers, is my highest reward. But you have yourself had some experience of my methods of work in the Jefferson's Hope case. Yes, indeed, said I cordially. I was never so struck by anything in my life. I even embodied it in a small brochure with the somewhat fantastic title of A Study in Scarlet. He shook his head sadly. When I glanced over it, said he, honestly, I cannot congratulate you upon it. Detection is out to be an exact science. It should be treated in the same cold and unemotional manner. We have attempted to taint it with romanticism, which produces much the same effect as if you worked a love story or an elopement into the fifth proposition of a slide. But the romance was there, I remonstrated. I could not tamper with the facts. Some facts should be suppressed, or at least a just sense of proportion should be observed in treating them. The only point in the case which deserved mention was the curious analysis resounding from effects to causes, by which I succeeded in unraveling it. I was annoyed at this criticism of my work, which had been specially designed to please him. I confess, too, that I was irritated by the egotism which seemed to demand that every line of my pamphlet should be devoted to his own special doings. More than once during the year that I had lived with him in Baker Street, I had observed that a small vanity underlay my companion's quiet and didactic manner. I had no remark, however, but sat nursing my wounded leg. I had a Giselle bullet through it some time before, and though it did not prevent me from walking, it ached wearily at every change of the weather. My practice has extended recently to the continent, said Holmes, after a while, filling up his old briar root pipe. PK, hi, how are you? I was consulted last week by Francis Le Verard, who, as you probably know, has come rather to the front lately in the French detective service. He has all the Celtic power of the quick intuition, but he is deficient in the wide range of exact knowledge which is essential to the higher development of his art. The case was concerned with a will and possessed some features of interest. I was able to refer him to two parallel cases, the one at Riga in 1857, the other at St. Louis in 1871, which have suggested to him the true solution. Here is the letter which I had this morning, acknowledging my assistance.
He tossed over, as he spoke, a crumpled sheet of foreign note paper. I glanced my eyes down it, catching a profusion of notes of admiration, with sprays magnifiques, Coupe de Maîtresse, and Doors de Force, all testifying to the ardent admiration of the Frenchman. I'm doing good as well. We just finished some writing earlier, and now we are reading. We're reading Sherlock Holmes. The Sign of Four. Thank you, Rose. He speaks as a pupil to his master, said I. Oh, he rates my assistance too highly, said Sherlock Holmes, lightly. He has considerable gifts himself. He possesses 2 out of the 3 qualities necessary for the ideal detective. He has the power of observation and that of deduction. He is only wanting in knowledge, and that may come in time. He is now translating my small works into French. Your works? Oh, didn't you know? He cried, laughing. Yes, I have been guilty of several monographs. They are all upon technical subjects. Here, for example, is one upon the distinctions between the ashes of the various tobaccos. In it, I enumerate 140 forms of cigarettes, and pipe tobaccos, with colored plates illustrating the differences in the ash. It is a point which, and continually turning up in criminal trials, and which is sometimes of supreme importance as a clue. If you can say definitely, for example, that some murder has been done by a man who was smoking an Indian hookah, it obviously narrows your field of search. To the trained eye, there is as much difference between the black ash of a pulley and the white fluff of bird's eye as there is between a cabbage and a potato. You have an extraordinary genius for minutai, I remarked. I appreciate their importance. Here is my monograph upon the tracing of footsteps, with some remarks upon the uses of plaster of Paris as a preserver of impresses. Here, too, is a curious little work upon the influence of a trade upon the form of the hand, with lithotypes of the hands of fletchers, sailors, cord cutters, composers, weavers, and diamond polishers. That is a matter of great practical interest to the scientific detective, especially in cases of unclaimed bodies or in discovering the antecedents of criminals. Why weary you with my hobby? Not at all, I answered earnestly. Is it of the great interest to me, especially since I have had the opportunity of observing your practical application of it. But you spoke just now of observation and deduction. Surely the one to some extent implies the other. Why, hardly, he answered, leaning back luxuriously in his armchair and sending up thick blue reefs from his pipe. For example, observation shows me that you have been to the Wigmore Street post office this morning, but deduction lets me know that when there, you dispatched a telegram. Right, said I. Right on both points, but I confess that I don't see how you arrived at it. It was a sudden impulse upon my part, and I have mentioned it to no one. It is simplicity itself, he remarked, chuckling at my surprise. So absurdly, so absurdly simply that an explanation is superfluous, and yet it may serve to define the limits of observation and of deduction. Observation tells me that you have a little reddish mold adhering to your instep, just opposite the Sir Moore Street office. They have taken up the pavement and thrown up some earth, which lies in such a way that it is difficult to avoid treading in it and entering. The earth is of this particular reddish tint, which is found, and as far as I know, nowhere else in the neighborhood. So much is observation, the rest is deduction. How then did you deduct the telegram? Why, of course, I knew that you had not written a letter, since I sat opposite to you all morning. I see also in your open desk there that you have a sheet of stamps and a thick bundle of postcards. What could you go into the post office for, then, but to send a wire? Eliminate all other factors, and the one which remains must be the truth. In this case, it certainly is so, I replied, after a little thought. The thing, however, is, as you say, of the simplest. Would you think me impertinent if I were to put your theories to a more severe test? On the contrary, he answered, it would prevent me from taking a second dose of cocaine. I should be delighted to look into any problems which you might submit to me. I have heard you say that it is difficult for a man to have any object in daily use without leaving the impression of his individuality upon it in such a way that a trained observer might read it. Now I have here a watch which has recently come into my possession. Would you have the kindness to let me have an opinion upon the character or habits of the late owner? I handed him over the watch with some slight feeling of amazement in my heart, for the task was, as I thought, an impossible one, and I intended it as a lesson against the somewhat dogmatic tone which he occasionally assumed. He balanced the watch in his hand, gazing hard at the dial, opening the back, and examined the works. First, with his naked eye, and then with a powerful convex lens. I could hardly keep from smiling at his crestfallen face when he finally snuffed the case, too, and handed it back. There are hardly any data, he remarked. The watch has been recently cleaned, which robs me of my most suggestive facts. You are right, I answered. It was cleaned before it being sent to me. In my heart, I accused my companion of putting forward a most lame and impotent excuse to cover his failure. What data could he expect from an uncleaned watch? Though unsatisfactory, my research has not been entirely barren, he observed, staring up at the ceiling with dreamy, lustrous eyes. Subject to your correction, I should judge that the watch belonged to your elder brother, who inherited from your father. That you gather, no doubt, from the H.W. upon the back. Quite so, The W suggests your own name. The date of the watch is nearly 50 years back, and the initials are as old as the watch, so it was made for the last generation. Jewelry usually descends to the eldest son, and he is most likely to have the same name as your father. Your father has, if I remember right, been dead many years, and has therefore been in the hands of your eldest brother. Right so far, I said. Anything else? He was a man of untidy habits, very untidy and careless. He was left with good prospects, but he threw away his chances, lived for some time in the poverty with occasional short intervals of prosperity, and finally, taking to drink, he died. That is all I can gather. I sprung from my chair and limped impatiently about the room with considerable bitterness in my heart. This is unworthy of you, Holmes, said I. I could not have believed that you would have descended to this. You have made inquiries into the history of my unhappy brother, and now pretend to deduce this knowledge in some fanciful way. You cannot expect me to believe that you have read all this from this old watch. It is unkind, and to speak plainly, has a touch of charlatanism in it. My dear doctor, said he kindly, pray accept my apologies. Viewing the matter as an abstract problem, I had forgotten how personal and painful a thing it might be to you. I assure you, however, that I never even knew that you had a brother until you handed me the watch. Then how in the name of all that is wonderful did you get these facts? They are absolutely correct in every particular. Ah, that is good luck. I can only say that was the balance of probability. I did not at all expect to be so accurate. But it was not mere guesswork? No, I never guess. It is a shocking habit, destructive to the logical facility. What seems strange to you is only so because you do not follow my train of thought, observe the small facts upon which large inferences may depend. For example, I began by saying that your brother was careless. When you observed the lower part of the watch case, you noticed that it is not only indented in 2 places, but it is cut and marked all over from the habit of keeping other hard objects, such as coins or keys, in the same pocket. Surely it is no great feat to assume that a man who treats a 15 Gillian watch so cavalierly must be a careless man. Neither is it a very far-fetched inference that a man who carried one article of such value is pretty well provided for in other respects. I nodded to show that I followed his reasoning. It is very customarily for pawnbrokers in England, when they take a watch, to scratch the number of the ticket with a pin point upon the inside of the case. It is more handy than a label, as there is no risk of the number being lost and transposed. There are no less than 4 such numbers visible to my lens on the inside of this case. Inference that your brother was often a low water. Secondarily, inference that he had occasionally bursts of prosperity, or he could not have redeemed the pledge. Finally, I asked you to look at the inner plate, which contains the keyhole. Look at the thousands of scratches all around the hole, marks where the key has slipped. What sober man's key should have scored those grooves? But you will never see a drunkard watch without them. He winds it at night, and he leaves these traces of his unsteady hand. Where is the mystery in all this? It is as clear as daylight, I answered. I regret the injustice which I did you. I should have had more faith in the marvelous facilities. May I ask whether you have any professional inquiry on foot at present? None. Hence the cocaine. I cannot live without brain work. What else is there to live for? Stand at the window here. Was ever such a dreary, dismal, unprofitable world? See how the yellow fog swirls down the street and drifts across the dune-colored houses? What could be more hopelessly prosaic and material? What is the use of having powers, doctor, when one has no field upon which to exert them? Crime is commonplace. Existence is commonplace. And no qualities save those which are commonplace of any function upon earth. I had opened my mouth to reply to his tirade when, with a crisp knock, our landlady entered, bearing a card upon the brass salver. "A young lady for you, sir," she said, addressing my companion. "Miss Mary Morstane," he said. I have no recollection of the name. Ask the young lady to step up. Miss Hudson. Don't go, doctor. I should prefer that you remain. And that is the end of chapter 1. Yes, stories. You know what? I'm actually gonna fix this label real quick so I can stop going over. So we're actually gonna do a new text. We're gonna call this story and then dash chapter. I figured this might be easier when I edit the video so that I actually know where these chapters end. Chapter 2. Okay, so that's the full one. So we're gonna put this into the overlay. We're gonna get rid of this one. Yes, I want to get rid of this one. I'm gonna move this down just so, and then we're gonna get the starting point, which is this. Now we're gonna go into filters. We'll do the scroll. Now we're actually going to limit the width. Let's see. 300? No. 400? No. 450? No, too much. 40. Does it look like it fits? move it a little to the left. Bug, go away. Leave me alone. Okay, I think that's good. Okay, so now what we're gonna add that scroll I put. Just to make sure there isn't any clipping. Yeah, there's a little bit of clipping. So we're actually gonna close out of this. We're gonna edit this. And we're just gonna put a space. Hold on, if I put this. Chapter 2, the statement of a case. Okay, and then we do have to... Okay, there we go. I think that works. Hello, Fire. How are you today? Oh, does it? Ghost, hi. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Fire. And I hope your the rest of your day get better soon. Ghost, hi. How are you? Did you just get off work? Don't tell me you got fired. Do not tell me that. Yes, Rose been waiting to put you in the bag. Oh no, what happened? Why did McDonald's fire you? Ooh, nice, nice. I hope we can get you what you're looking for. Huh. Well, that is a risk in itself, because, like, they could fire you whenever they want if they feel you're not reliable. And I guess if you've been calling out because of the dogs, then they probably felt you're unreliable. Ah, I see. Is she feeling better, though? Sounds like she's feeling better. Oh, nice. Maybe she has a stomach bug. Oh, I see. Well, I'm not exactly like traditional ASMR, but I do hope it's to your liking though. Okay, so we are going to start reading chapter 2 now that I fixed my label. So, chapter 2. The statement of the case. Miss Morstein entered the room with a firm step and an outward composure of manner. She was a blonde young woman, small, dainty, well-gloved, and dressed in the most perfect taste. There was, however, a plainness and simplicity about her costume, which bore with it a suggestive of limited means. The dress was a somber, grayish beige, untrimmed and unbraided, and she wore a small turban of the same dull hue, relieved only by suspicion of white feather in the side. Her face had neither regularity of features nor beauty of complexion, but her expression was sweet and admirable, and her large blue eyes were singularly spiritual and sympathetic. Sympathetic. Oh, yeah, I hear ya. Thank you so much for the streaming package, Rose. Thank you, thank you. Oh. Oh, yeah. Just use the air fryer. Air fryer's for everything. And an experience of woman which extends over many nations and 3 separate continents. I have never looked upon a face which gave a clear promise of a refined and sensitive nature. I could not be observed that she took the seat which Sherlock Holmes placed for her. Her lip trembled, her hand quivered, and she showed every sign of intense inward agitation. Ooh, nice. So you're pretty much doing what Ghost did with his, when he did his Exodia deck. My bad, Ghost. My bad. I didn't realize you meant that big of a pizza. I thought you meant one of those small ones. Yes, that's right, Rose. fit in a bag. Oh, are you sure about that, Ghosty? We have a knife. I have come to you, Mr. Holmes, she said, because you once enabled my employer, Miss Cecile Forrester, to unravel a little domestic complication. She was much impressed by your kindness and skill. Miss Cecile Forrester, he repeated thoughtfully. I believe that I was of some slight service to her. The case, however, as I remembered it, was a very simple one. She did not think so. But at least you cannot say the same of mine. I can hardly imagine anything more strange, more utterly inexplicable than the situation in which I found myself. Holmes rubbed his hand, and his eyes glistened. He leaned forward in his chair with an expression of extraordinarily concentration upon his clear-cut, hawk-like features. "State your case," said he. I felt that my position was an embarrassing one. You will, I am sure, excuse me, I said, rising from my chair. To my surprise, the young lady held up her gloved hand to detain me. Ah, fuck. Ha ha, very funny. Alright, okay. Let me just double check, hold on. Bitrate is saying we're in the red. Boo. Okay, I think it should be going back in the green soon, so I guess we'll just continue. If your friend, she said, will be good enough to stop, he might be of inestimable service to me. I relapsed into my chair. Briefly, she continued, the facts are these. My father was an officer in an Indian regiment who sent me home when I was quite a child. My mother was dead, and I had no relative in England. I was placed, however, in a comfortable boarding establishment of Edinburgh, and there I remained until I was 17 years of age. In the year 1878, my father, who was senior captain of this regiment, obtained 12 months' leave and came home. They telegraphed to me from London that he had arrived all safe and directed me to come down at once, giving the Langham Hotel as his address. His message, as I remember, was full of kindness and love. On reaching London, I drove to the Langham and was informed that Captain was staying there, but that he had gone out the night before and had yet to return. I waited all day without news of him. That night, on the advice of the manager of the hotel, I communicated with the police, and next morning We advertised in all the papers. Our inquiries led to no result, and from that day to this, no word has ever been heard of my unfortunate father. He came home with his heart full of hope to find some peace, some comfort, and instead, she put her hand to her throat, and a choked sob cut short the sentence. The date. Asked Holmes, opening his letter book. He disappeared upon the 3rd of December, 1878, nearly 10 years ago. His luggage remained at the hotel. There was nothing in it to suggest a clue. Some clothes, some books, and a considerable number of curiosities from the Andaman Islands. He had been one of the officers in charge of the convict guard there. Had he any friends in town? Only one that we know of, Major Sholto, of his own regiment, the 34th Bombay Infantry. The mayor had retired some little time before and lived at upon Norwood. We communicated with him, of course, but he did not even know that his brother officer was in England. A singular case, remarked Holmes. I have not yet described to you the most singular part. About 6 years ago, to be exact, upon the 4th of May, 1882, an advertisement appeared in the Times asking for the address of Miss Mary Morstane. And stating that it would be to her advantage to come forward. There was no name or address appended. I had at that time just entered the family of Miss Cecile Forrester in the capacity of governess. By her advice, I published my address in the advertisement column the same day. There arrived through the post a small cardboard box addressed to me, which I found to contain a very large and lustrous pearl. No word of writing was enclosed. Since then, every year upon the same date, there was always appearing a similar box containing a similar pearl, without any clues as to the sender. They have been pronounced by an expert to be of a rare variety and of a considerable value. You see for yourselves that they are very handsome. She opened a flat box as she spoke and showed me 6 of the finest pearls that I had ever seen. America, thank you so much for the lurky. Yes, read. Your statement is most interesting, said Sherlock Holmes. Has anything else occurred to you? Yes and no. Later than today. That is why I have come to you. This morning I received this letter, which you will perhaps read for yourself. Thank you, said Holmes. The envelope too, please. Postmark London, SW, date July 7th. Man's thumb mark on corner. Probably postman. Best quality paper. Envelopes at 6 pence a pack. Particular man. In the stationery. No address. Be at the 3rd pillar from the left outside of Lyceum Theater tonight at 7 o'clock. If you're distrustful, bring 2 friends. You are a wronged woman and shall have justice. Do not bring police. If you do, all will be in vain. Your unknown friend, well, Really, this is a very pretty little mystery. What do you intend to do, Miss Mustaine? This is exactly what I want to ask you. Then, we shall most certainly go. You and I, and yes. Why, Dr. Watson is the very man. Your correspondence says 2 friends. He and I have worked together before. Rez, thank you so much for the alert. But would he come? She asked, with something appealing in her voice and expression. I should be proud and happy, said I. Bentley, if I can't be of any service. You are both very kind, she answered. I have led a retired life and have no friends whom I could appeal to. If I am here at 6, it will do, I suppose. You must not be later, said Holmes. There is one other point, however. Is this handwriting the same as that upon the Pearl Box addresses? I have them here, she answered, producing half a dozen pieces of paper. You are certainly a model client. You have the correct intuition. Let us see now. He spread out the paper upon the table and gave little darting glances from one to the other. They are disguised hands, except the letter, he said presently, but there can be no question as to the authorship. See how the irrepressible Greek E will break out, and see the twirl of the final S? They're undoubtedly by the same person. I should not like to suggest false hope, Miss Mustaine, but is there any resemblance between this hand and that of your father? Nothing could be more unlike. I expected to hear you say so. We shall look out for you, then at 6. Pray allow me to keep the papers. I may look into the matter before then. It is only 3:30. Au revoir, then. Au revoir, said our visitor, and with a bright, kindly glance from one to the other of us, she replaced her pearl box in her bosom and hurried away, standing at the window. I watched her walk briskly down the street until the gray turban and white feather were but a speck in the somber crowd. Hello, Aiden. How are you today? What a very attractive one, I exclaimed, turning to my companion. He had lit his pipe again, and... Fire, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the kingdom. Yes, my night's been very well. We did some writing earlier, and now we're reading some Sherlock Holmes. He had lit his pipe again and was leaning back with drooping eyelids. Is she? He said languidly. I did not observe. You really are an automation. A calculating machine, I cried. There is something positively inhumane in you at times. He smiled gently. It is of the first importance, he said, not to allow your judgment to be biased by personal qualities. A client is to me a mere unit, a factor in a problem. The emotional qualities are antagonistic to clear reasoning. I assure you that the most winning woman I ever knew was hanged for poisoning 3 little children for their insurance money. And the most repellent man of my acquaintance is a philanthropist who has spent nearly $250,000 upon the London poor. In this case, however, I never make exceptions. An exception disproves the rule. Have you ever had occasion to study character in handwriting? What do you make of this fellow's scribble? It is legible and regular, I answered. A man of business habits and some force of character. Holmes shook his head. Look at his long letters, he said. They hardly rise above the common herd. The D might be an A, and the L an E. Men of character always differentiate their long letters, however illegibly they may write. There is a vacillation in his K's and self-esteem in his capitals. I am going out now. I have some few references to make. Let me recommend this book, one of the most remarkable ever penned. It is when Wood reads. Meritrium of Men. I shall be back in an hour. I really don't listen to metal music, so no. I sat in the window with the volume in my hand, but my thoughts were far from the daring speculations of the writer. My mind ran upon our late visitor, her smiles, the deep, rich tones of her voice, the strange mystery which overhung her life. And if she was 17 at the time of her father's disappearance, she must be 27 now. A sweet age, when youth has lost its self-confidence and became a little somber by experience. So I sat and mused until such dangerous thoughts came into my head that I carried away to my desk and plunged vigorously into the latest trespass upon pathology. Okay. What was I? An army surgeon with a weak leg and a weaker banking account, that I should dare to think of such things. She was a unit, a factor, nothing more. If my future were black, it was better surely to face it like a man than to attempt to brighten it by a mere will-o'-the-wisp of the imagination. Alright, and that was the end of chapter 2. Chapter 3. Quest of a solution. Oh, I totally spelled it wrong. Solution. There we go. Oh wait, it's going over my body. That was totally my bad. I didn't mean to do that.
Is it in the box now? Yes, it's in the box. Okay. Okie dokie. We're good. Okay. Yeah, I actually double clicked. I have a nested scene for my alerts and I accidentally pressed that. So that was the black screen. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Okay. Chapter 3. In Quest of a Solution. It was 5:30 before Holmes returned. He was bright, eager, and in excellent spirits. A mood which, in his case, alternated with fits of the blackest depression. There is no great mystery in this matter, he said, taking the cup of tea which I had poured out for him. The facts appeared to admit of only one explanation. What, you have solved it already? Well, that would be too much to say. I discovered a suggestive fact. That is all. It is, however, very suggestive. The details are still to be added. I have just found, consulting the back files of the Times, that Major Sholto of Upper Norwood, late of the 34th Bombay Infantry, died upon the 28th of April, 1882. I may be very obtuse, Holmes, but I fail to see what this suggests. No? You surprise me. Look at it in this way, then. Captain Morstein disappears. The only person in London whom he could have visited is Major Sholto. Major Sholto denies having heard that he was in London. 4 years later, Sholto dies. Within a week of his death, Captain Morstein's daughter receives a valuable present, which is repeated from year to year. And now culminates in a letter which describes her as a wronged woman. What wrong can it refer to except this deprivation of her father? And why should the presents begin immediately after Sholto's death, unless it is that Sholto's heir knows something of the mystery and desires to make compensation? Have you any alternative theory which will meet the facts? But what a strange compensation, and how strangely made. Why, too, should he write a letter now rather than 6 years ago? Again, the letter speaks of giving her justice. What justice can she have? Is it too much to suppose that her father is still alive? There is no other injustice in her case that you know of? Oh, sure. Is that better? I could completely turn it off if you like, and I just keep the fire on. No problem. We'll just have the fireplace. Yes, fireplace vibes.
difficulties. There are certainly difficulties, said Sherlock Holmes pensively. But our expedition of tonight will solve them all. Ah, here is a four-wheeler, and Miss Mustaine is inside. Are you all ready? Then we had better go down, for it is a little past the hour. I picked up my hat and my heaviest stick, but observed that Holmes took his revolver from his drawer and slipped it into his pocket. It was clear that he thought that our night's work might be a serious one. Miss Mustaine was muffled in a dark cloak, and her sensitive face was composed, but pale. She must have been more than a woman if she did not feel some uneasiness at the strange enterprise upon which we were embarking. Yet, her self-control was perfect, and she readily answered the few additional questions which Sherlock Holmes put to her. Major Chateau was a very peculiar friend of Papa's, she said. His letters were full of allusions to the Major. He and Papa were in command of the troops at the Andaman Islands, so they were thrown a great deal together. By the way, a curious paper was found in Papa's desk, which no one could understand. I don't suppose that it is of the slightest importance, but I thought you might care to see it, so I brought it with me. It is here. Holmes unfolded the paper carefully and smoothed it out upon his knee. He then very methodically examined it all over with his double lens. Gaetana, thank you so much for the lurk. Hope your day's going well. It is paper of native Indian manufacture, he remarked, and has at some point been pinned to a board. The diagram upon it appears to be a plane of part of a large building with numerous halls, corridors, and passages. At one point is a small cross dome in red ink, and above it is 3.37 from the left in faded pencil work writing. In the left-hand corner is a curious hieroglyphic like 4 crosses in a line with their arms touching. Beside it is written in very rough and coarse characters the sign of the 4. Jonathan Small, Muhammad Sain, Abdullah Khan, Dost Akbar. No, I confess I do not see how this bears upon the matter. Yet, it is evidently a document of importance. It has been kept carefully in a pocketbook, for the one side is as clean as the other. It was in his pocketbook that we found it. Preserve it carefully then, Miss Mustaine, for it may prove to be of use to us. I begin to suspect that this matter may turn out to be much deeper and more subtle than I first supposed. I must reconsider my ideas. He leaned back in the cab, and I could see by his drawn brow and his vacant eye that he was thinking intently. Miss Mustaine and I chatted in an undertone about our present expedition and its possible outcome, but our companion maintained his impenetrable reserve until the end of our journey. It was September evening, and yet 7 o'clock, but the day had been a dreary one, and a dense A drizzle fog lay low upon the great city. Mud-colored clouds drooped silently over the muddy streets. Down the strand, the lamps were but misty splotches of diffuse light, which threw a feeble circular glimmer upon the slimy pavement. The yellow glare from the shop windows streamed out into the steamy vapor air, and threw a murky, shifting resonance across the crowded thoroughfare. There was, to my mind, something eerie and ghost-like in the endless procession of faces which flitted across these narrow bars of light. Sad faces and glad, haggard and merry, like all humankind, they flitted from the gloom into the light, and so back into the gloom once more. I am not subject to impressions, but the dull, heavy evening, with the strange business upon which we were engaged, combined to make me nervous and depressed. I could see from Miss Morstane's manner that she was suffering from the same feeling. Holmes alone could rise superior to petty influences. He held his open notebook upon his knee. From time to time, he jotted down figures and memoranda in the light of his pocket lantern. At the Lyceum Theater, the crowds were already thick at the side entrances. In front, a continuous stream and hansoms and four-wheelers were rattling up, discharging their cargoes of shirt-fronted men and shallowed, bedded, mended women. We had hardly reached the third pillar, which was our rendezvous. Hold on. I probably said that right, but like it just looks weird to me. Rendezvous. Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. Okay. Was our rendezvous before a small, dark, brisk man in the dress of a coachman accosted us. Are you the parties who came with Miss Morstane? He asked. I am Miss Morstane, and these two gentlemen are my friends, said she. He bent a pair of wonderfully penetrating and questioning eyes upon us. You will excuse me, miss, he said with a certain dogged manner, but I was to ask you to give me your word that neither of your companions is a police officer. I give you my word on that, she answered. He gave a shrill whistle, on which a straight Arab led across a four-wheeler and opened the door. The man who had addressed us mounted to the box, while we took our places inside. We had hardly done so before the driver whipped up his horse, and we plunged away at a furious pace through the foggy streets. The situation was a curious one. We were driving to an unknown place, on an unknown errand, yet our invitation was either a complete hoax, which was an inconceivable hypothesis, or else we had good reason to think that important issue might hang upon our journey. Miss Morstane's demeanor was as resolute and collected as ever. I endeavored to cheer and amuse her by reminiscing of my adventures in Afghanistan, but to tell the truth, I was myself so excited at our situation, so curious as to our destination, that my stories were slightly involved. To this day, she could clear that I told her one moving anecdote as to how a musket looked into my tent at the dead of night, and how I fired a double-barreled tiger cub at it. At first, I had some idea as to the direction in which we were driving, but soon What with our pace, the fog, and my own limited knowledge of London, I lost my bearings. And knew nothing, save that we seemed to be going a very long way. Sherlock Holmes was never at fault, however, and he muttered the names as the cab rattled through squares and in and out by tortuous by streets. Rochester Row, said he. Now Vincent Square. Now we came out on the Bexhill Bridge Road. We are making for the Surrey side, apparently. Yes, I thought so. Now we are on the bridge. You can catch glimpses of the river. We did indeed but a fleeting view of a stretch of the Thames with the lamp shining upon the broad, silent water, but our cab dashed on and was soon involved in a labyrinth of streets upon the other side. Woodworth's Road, said my companion. Priory Road, Lark Hall Lane, Stockwell Place, Robert Street, Cold Harbor Lane. Our quest does not appear to take us to a very fashionable regions. We had indeed reached a questionable and forbidding neighborhood. Long lines of dull brick houses were only relieved by the coarse glare and tawdry brilliancy of public houses at the corner. Then came rows of two-story villas, each with a fronting of miniature garden, and then again interminable lanes of new staring brick drew up at the third house in a new terrace. None of the other houses were inhabited, and that at which we stopped was as dark as its neighbors, save for a single glimmer in the kitchen window. On our knocking, however, the door was instantly thrown open by a Hindu servant clad in a yellow turban, white loose-fitting clothing, and a yellow sash. There was something strangely incongruous in this oriental figure framed in the commonplace doorway of a third-rate suburban dwelling house. "The Shahib awaits you," said he, and even as he spoke there came a high piping voice from some inner room. "Show them in to me, Kath Magar," it cried. "Show them straight into me." And that was the end of that chapter. Okay, so this is chapter 4. What's the for? Are you questioning like where the story's gonna lead us? Understandable. The last chapter really gave us the what the fuck are they going vibes. Chapter 4. The story of the bald-headed man. We followed the Indian down a sordid and common passage, ill-lit and worse-fashioned, until he came to a door upon the right, which he threw open. A blaze of yellow light streamed out upon us, and in the center of the glare there stood a small man with a very high head. A bristle of red hair all around the fringe of it, and a bald, shining scalp which shot out from among it like a mountain peak from fair trees. He withered his hands together as he stood, and his features were in perpetual jerk, now smiling, now scowling, but never for an instant in repose. Nature had given him a pentagonal lip and a too visible line of yellow and irregular teeth, which he strove feebly to conceal by constantly passing his hands over the lower part of his face. In spite of his obstructive baldness, he gave the impression of youth. In point of fact, he had just turned his 30th year. Oh, I'm glad that you find the stream very calming. That's what I'm going for. Your servant, Miss Mustaine, he kept repeating in a thin, high voice. Your servant, gentlemen, pray step into my little sanctum. A small place, miss, but furnished to my own liking. An oasis of art, and a howling desert of South London. We were all astounded by the appearance of the apartment into which he invited us. In that sorry house, it looked as out of place as a diamond, of the first water in a setting of brass, the richest and glossiest of curtain, and tapestries drooped the walls, looped back here and there to expose some richly mounted painting or oriental vase. The carpet was of amber and black, so soft and so thick that the foot sank. Zucko, thank you so much for the follow. How are you today? The carpet was of amber and black, so soft and so thick that the foot sank presently into it, as into a bed of moss. Two great tiger skins thrown outward, it increased the suggestion of Eastern luxury, as did a huge boucan which stood upon a mat in the corner. A lamp in the fashion of a silver dove was hung from an almost invisible golden wire in the center of the room. As it burned, it filled the air with a subtle and aromatic odor. Mr. Thados Soto, said the little man, still jerking and smiling. That is my name. You are Miss Mustaine, of course, and these gentlemen. This is Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. Watson. Hey, doctor, eh? Cried he, much excited. Have you your stethoscope? Might I ask you, would you have the kindness? I have grave doubts as to my true value. Thou. If you would be so very kind. The erotic I may lie upon, but I should value your opinion upon the Mitchell. I listened to his heart, as requested, but was unable to find anything amiss, save indeed that he was in a ecstasy of fear, for he shivered from head to foot. It appears to be normal, I said. You have no cause for uneasiness. You will excuse my anxiety, Mr. Stain, he remarked airily. I am a great sufferer, and I have long had suspicions as to that thou. I am delighted to hear that they are unwarranted. Had your father, Miss Mustaine, refrained from throwing a strain upon his heart, he might have been alive now. I could have struck the man across the face, so hot was I at this callous and offhanded reference to so delicate a matter. Miss Mustaine sat down, and her face grew white to the lips. I knew in my heart that he was dead, said she. I can give you every information, said he, and what is more, I can do you justice, and I will do whatever Brother Bartholomew may say. I am so glad to have your friends here, not only as an escort to you, but also as witnesses to what I am about to do and say. The three of us can show a bold front to Brother Bartholomew. But let us have no outsiders, no police or officials. We can settle everything satisfactorily among ourselves, without any inferences. No, without any interference, my bad. Nothing would annoy Brother Bartholomew more than any publicity. He sat down upon a low settee and blinked at us inquiringly with his weak, watery blue eyes. For my part, said Holmes, whatever you may choose to say will go no further. I nodded to show my agreement. That is well, said he. May I offer you a glass of Chianti, Miss Mustaine? Or, Tokay? I keep no other wines. Shall I open a flask? No? Well, then I should say you have no objection to tobacco smoke, to the mild balsamic odor of the Eastern tobacco. I am a little nervous, and I find my hookah an invaluable sedative. He applied a tapper to the great bowl, and the smoke bubbled merrily through the rose water. We sat all three in a semicircle, with our heads advanced, and our chins upon our hands, while the strange, tricky little fellow, with his high, shining head, puffed uneasily in the center. When I first determined to make this communication to you, said he, I might have given you my address, but I feared that you might disregard my request and bring unpleasant people with you. I took the liberty, therefore, of making an appointment in such a way that my man Williams might be able to see you first. I had complete confidence in his discretion, and he had orders, if he were dissatisfied, to proceed no further in the matter. You will excuse these precautions, but I am a man of somewhat retiring, I might even say refined tastes, and there is nothing more emphatic than a policeman. I have not natural shrinking from all forms of rough materialism. I seldom come in contact with the rough crowd. I live, as you see, with some little atmosphere of elegance around me. I may call myself a patron of the arts. It is my weakness. The landscape is a genuine court art, and though a connoisseur may perhaps throw a doubt upon that Salvator Rose, there cannot be the least question about the Balgru. I am partial to the modern French school. You will excuse me, Mr. Sholto, said Miss Mustaine, but I am here at your request to learn something which you desire to tell me, and it's very late, and I should desire the interview to be as short as possible. Not the best
must take some time," he answered, "for we shall certainly have to go to Norwood and see Brother Bartholomew. We shall all go and try if we can get the better of Brother Bartholomew. He is very angry with me for taking the course which has seemed right to me. I had quite high words with him last night. You cannot imagine what a terrible fellow he is when he is angry. If we are to go to Norwood, it would perhaps be as well to start at once," I ventured to remark. He laughed until his ears were quite red. "That would hardly do," he cried. "I don't know what they would say if I brought you in that sudden way. No, I must prepare you by showing you how we'll stand to each other. In the first place, I must tell you that there are several points in the story of which I am myself ignorant. And I can only lay the facts before you as far as I know them myself. My father was, as you may have guessed, Major John Chateau, once of the Indian Army. He retired some 11 years ago and came to live at Pondicherry Lodge in Upper Norwood. He had prospered in India and brought back with him a considerable sum of money, a large collection of valuable curiosities, and a stuff of native servants. With these advantages, he bought himself a house and lived in great luxury. My twin brother, Bartholomew, and I were the only children. I very well remember the sensation which was caused by the disappearance of Captain Morstane. We read the details in the papers, and knowing that he had been a friend of our father's, we discussed the case freely in his presence. He used to join in our speculations as to what could have happened. Never for an instant did we suspect that he had the whole secret hidden in his own breast. That, of all men, he alone knew the fate of Arthur Morstane. We did know, however, that some mystery, some positive danger overhung our father. He was very fearful of going out alone, and he always employed 2 prize fighters to act as porters at Pondicherry Lodge. William, who drove you tonight, was one of them. He was once lightweight champion of England. Our father would never tell us what it was he feared, but he had a most marked aversion to men with wooden legs. On one occasion, he actually fired his revolver at a wooden-legged man who proved to be a harmless tradesman canvassing for orders. He had to pay a large sum to hush the matter up. My brother and I used to think that a mere whim of my father's, but events have since led us to change our opinion. Early in 1882, my father received a letter from India, which was a great shock to him. He nearly fainted at the breakfast table when he opened it, and from that day, he sickened to his death. What was in the letter we could never discover, but I could see as he held it that it was short and written in a scrawling hand, and he had suffered for years from an enlarged spleen, that he now became rapidly worse, and towards the end of April, we were informed that he was beyond all hope, and that he wished to make a last communication to us. When we entered his room, he was propped up with pillows and breathing heavily. He besought us to lock the door, to come upon either side of the bed. Then, grasping our hands, he made a remarkable statement to us, in a voice which was broken as much by emotion
as by pain. I shall try and give it to you in its own very words. I have only one thing, he said, which weighs upon my mind at this supreme moment. It is my treatment of poor Morstein's orphan. The cursed greed which he has been my besetting sin through life has withheld from her the treasure, half at least of which should have been hers, and yet I had made no use of it myself. So blind and foolish a thing is avarice. The mere feeling possession has been so dear to me that I could not bear to share it with another. See that caplet dripped with pearls beside the Cumin bottle? Even that I could not bear to part with, although I had got it out with the design of sending it to her. You, my sons, will give her a fair share of the agate treasure, but send her nothing, not even the caplet, until I am gone. After all, men have been as bad as this, and have recovered. I will tell you how Morstein died, he continued. He had suffered for years from a weak heart, but he concealed it from everyone. I alone knew it. When in India, he and I, through a remarkable chain of circumstances, came into possession of a considerable treasure. I brought it over to England, and on the night of Morstein's arrival, he came straight over here to claim his share. He walked over from the station. It was admitted by my faithful Lao Chowdar, who is now dead. Morstein and I had a difference of opinion as to the division of the treasure, and we came to heated words. Morstein had sprung out of his chair in a paroxysm of anger when he suddenly pressed his hand to his side. His face turned a dusty hue, and he fell backwards, cutting his head against the corner of the treasure chest. When I stooped over him, I found to my horror that he was dead. For a long time, I sat half distracted, wondering what I should do. My first impulse was, of course, to call for assistance, but I could not but recognize that there was every chance that I would be accused of this murder. His death at the moment of a quarrel, and the gash in his head would be black against me. Again, an official inquiry could not be made without bringing out some facts about the treasure, which I was particularly anxious to keep secret. He had told me that no soul upon earth knew where he had gone. There seemed to be no necessity why any soul ever should know. Nine. Fuego, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the kingdom. How are you today? I was still pondering over the matter when, looking up, I saw my servant, Lao Chowder, in the doorway. He stole in and bolted the door behind him. "Do not fear, Shahib," he said. "No one need know that you have killed him. Let us hide him away, and who is the wiser?" "I did not kill him," said I. Lao Chowder shook his head and smiled. "I heard it all, Shahib," said he. "I heard you quarrel, and I heard the blow, but my lips are sealed. All are asleep in the house. Let us put him away together." That was enough to decide Matt. If my own servant could not believe my innocence, how could I hope to make it a good before 12 foolish tradesmen in a jury box? Lao Chowdar and I disposed of the body that night. Within a few days, the London papers were full of the mysterious disappearance of Captain Morstein. You will see from what I say that I can hardly be blamed in the matter. My fault lies in the fact that we concealed not only the body, but also the treasure, and that I have clung to Morstein's share as well as to my own. I wish you, therefore, to make restitutions, but you put your ears down to my mouth. The treasure is hidden in. At that instant, a horrible change came over his expression. His hands stared wildly, his jaws dropped, and he yelled in a voice which I can never forget, "Keep him out! For Christ's sake, keep him out!" We both stared around at the window behind us, upon which his gaze was fixed. A face was looking in at us out of the darkness. We could see the whitening of the nose where it was pressed against the glass. It was a bearded, hairy face with wild, cruel eyes, an expression of concentrated malevolence. My brother and I rushed towards the window, but the man was gone. When we returned to my father, his head had dropped, and his pulse had ceased to beat.
That's good.
We searched the garden that night, but found no sign of the intruder, save that just under the window a single footmark was visible in the flower bed. But for one trace, we might have thought that our imaginations had conjured up that wild, fierce face. We soon, however, had another and a more striking proof that there were secret agencies at work all around us. The window of my father's room was found open in the morning. His cupboards and boxes had been rifled, and upon his chest was a fixed torn piece of paper with the words, "The Sign of the Four," scrawled across it. What the phrase meant, or who our secret visitor may have been, we never knew. As far as we can judge, none of my father's property had been actually stolen, though everything had been turned out. My brother and I naturally associate this particular incident with the fear which haunted my father during his life. But it is still a complete mystery to us. The little man stopped to relight his hookah and puffed thoughtfully for a few moments. We had all sat absorbed, listening to the extraordinary narrative. At the short account of her father's death, Miss Morstein had turned deadly white, and for a moment I feared that she was about to faint. She rallied, however, on drinking a glass of water, which I quietly poured out for her from a Venetian carafe upon the side table. Sherlock Holmes leaned back in his chair with a abstract expression, and the lids drawn low over his glittering eyes. As I glanced at him, I could not but think how on that very day he had complained bitterly of the commonplaceness of life. Here at least was a problem which would tax his sagacity to the utmost. Mr. Thaddeus Chateau looked from one to the other of us with an obvious pride at the effect which his story had produced, and then continued between the puffs of his overgrown pipe. "My brother and I," said he, "were, as you may imagine, much excited as to the treasure which my father had spoken. For weeks and for months we dug and delved into every part of the garden, without discovering its whereabouts. It was maddening to think that the hiding place was on his very lips at the moment that he died. We could judge the splendor of the missing riches by the cold pamphlet which he had taken out. Over the chaplet, my brother Bartholomew and I had some little discussion. The pearls were evidently of great value, and he was averse to part with them, for between friends, my brother was himself a little inclined to my father's fault. He thought, too, that if we part with the tablet, it might give rise to gossip and finally bring us into trouble. It was all that I could do to persuade him to let me find out Miss Morstaine's address and send her a detached pearl at fixed intervals, so that at least she might never feel destituted. No, wait, hold on. Let me look that up. I'm not 100% sure how to spell that. I'm going to say that. Destitute. Might never feel destitute. It was a kindly thought, said our companion earnestly. It was extremely good of you. The little man waved his hand deprecatingly. We were your trustees, he said. That was the view which I took of it, though Brother Bartholomew could not altogether see it in that light. We had plenty of money ourselves. I desire no more. Besides, it would have been such bad taste to have treated a young lady in so scurvy a fashion. Le mauvais garde me le crime. The French have a very neat way of putting these things. Our difference of opinion on this little subject went so far that I thought it's best to set up rooms for myself. So I left Pondicherry Lodge, taking the old Kid McGar and Williams with me. Yesterday, however, I learned that an event of extreme importance has occurred. The treasure has been discovered. And I instantly communicated with Miss Morstaine, and it only remains for us to drive out to Norwood and demand our share. I explained my views last night to Brother Bartholomew, so we shall be expected, if not welcome, visitors. Mr. Theodore Sholto ceased and sat twitching on his luxurious settee. We all remained silent with our thoughts upon the new development which the mysterious business had taken. Holmes was the first to spring to his feet. You have done well, sir, from first to last, said he, and it's possible that we may be able to make you some small return by throwing some light upon that which is still dark to you. But, as Miss Morstaine remarked just now, it is late, and we had best put the matter through without delay. Our new acquaintance very deliberately coiled up to the tube of his hookah and produced from behind a curtain a very long, befrogged topcoat with astrakhan collar and cuffs. This he buttoned tightly up, in spite of the extreme closeness of the night, and finished his attire by putting on a rabbit skin cap with hanging lappets which covered the ears, so that no part of him was visible save his mobile and peaky face. My health is somewhat fragile, he remarked, as he led the way down the passage. I am compelled to be a valetudinarian. Our cab was awaiting us outside, and our program was evidently prearranged, for the driver started off at once at a rapid pace. Theodore's chateau talked incessantly in a voice which rose high above the rattle of the wheels. Bartholomew is a clever fellow, said he. How do you think he found out where the treasure was? He had come to the conclusion that it was somewhere indoors. So he worked out all the cubic space of the house and made measurements everywhere so that not 1 inch should be unaccounted for. Among other things, he found that the height of the building was 74 feet, but, and adding together the height of all the separate rooms and making every allowance for the space between, which he ascertained by boring, he could not bring the total to more than 70 feet. There were 4 feet unaccounted for. There could only be at the top of the building. He knocked a hole, therefore, in the lath and plaster ceiling of the highest room, and there, sure enough, he came upon another little garret above it, which had been sealed up and was known to no one. In the center stood the treasure chest, resting upon 2 rafters. He lowered it through the hole, and there it lies. He computes the value of the jewels at not less than 500,000 sterling. At the mention of this gigantic sum, we all stared at one another open-eyed. Fire, thank you so much for the streaming package. Thank you, thank you. And let me do a little stretchy. And let me fix myself in my chair too. I'm like leaning on one side. Okay, so we should be back up again. Okay, good. I'm really surprised. The stream only crashed like 5 times today. He was clearly a confirmed hypothetic. I'm
100% saying that wrong. So we're gonna open trusty Google.
Hypochondriac.
Hypochondriac. And I was dreamily conscious that he was pouring forth interminable trains of symptoms and imploring information as to the composition and actions of innumerable quack nostrums, some of which he bore about in a leather case in his pocket. I trust that he may not remember any of the answers which I gave him that night. Holmes declares that he overheard me caution him against the great danger of taking more than 2 doses of castor oil, which I recommended strychnine in large doses as a sedative. However that may be, I was certainly relieved when our cab pulled up with a jerk and the coachman sprung down to the open door. "This, Miss Mustaine, is Pondicherry Lounge," said Mr. Thad. What did I say his name was again? Mr. Thados Shoto, as he handed her out. Okay, and that was the end of the chapter. Let me. And I think this is probably a good spot to stop for today. Okay, let me just see. Let me just see, is there anyone doing either comfy ASMR or maybe reading? Probably good if I unmute it. Okay. A passenger car, I could probably look into like some other sounds that I could put for the background. Cause we did have the thunder one. I have the fireplace obviously, cause right now we're in the library, so yeah. And I think I do have a wind one, but it wouldn't really be good for this particular scene. Maybe like the forest one that I have, we could probably use that one if I ever want to do like scary stories. Okay, so I am going to drop in the 2 raid commands. For those who are subbed, it's going to be the one with the emotes, which is going to be the second one. The ones who are not, it's going to be the first one. So let me just copy this person's name. Yes, the Kirby's. Hi, Lord. We're actually just about to raid out. Anyway, thank you everyone who came to the stream today. I will be streaming again tomorrow. I am going to be doing a collab with my other writing friends. So we are going to be doing writing sprints, other writing stuff, and we might be playing some games tomorrow. So, looking forward to it. Oh, no problem, Rose. Alright, and I will see everyone tomorrow then. Bye-bye. Oh, what the fuck? Why is it red? What? Um, what's happening? Oh, I don't like that noise. Okay, everyone. We're all done reading each other's poems, right?
At last, the time came when I ceased to recollect anything, when all was one awful, hideous, fantastic dream. At last, on Tuesday, the 8th of the month of July, after crawling on our hands and knees for many hours,